The moment is upon us, Kairos has arrived. Howdy there. Let me start that once more by saying, howdy there, everybody. Welcome to a Dead Manifesto. Here today we will be finishing up our start of the Communist Manifesto, which we read the first two sections of, by finishing the last two, offering our rebuttals to the various points that are within, at least in a more compact and perhaps conducive way, and then moving on to the recent release of Dead Space. Now, I originally intended to play the 2008 one, but unfortunately, it does seem like it has issues with contemporary hardware. That won't start, but we are downloading the new one as we speak, so we'll be able to see some of the updates in that, and enjoy them nonetheless. Now on to housekeeping. We have some updates, some very significant updates. To begin with, you might be hearing it immediately, and that is the fact that we have a new audio interface, which is quite the upgrade over the Focusrite that I was using for years and years and years. As I have come to understand, and I had some inkling of even at the time, yeah, it was less than an ideal piece of equipment, but it did work, more or less, for a while. So we are making sure that the levels are adjusted appropriately to take full advantage of it, thanks to one of my friends who had informed me about it. We are rocking the Solid State Logic 2 now. And please do give me your feedback on what you think about it. Because, at least from what I've heard, and what I've recorded with it so far, it's a vast improvement. That aside, it is important, of course, to take note of some scheduling changes that we will be experiencing here in the coming days. To begin with, we, of course, are picking up here with this stream after the last break of this previous week, but heretofore we will be doing a much more thorough A-B kind of schedule, where it is 1 week of streaming and then 1 week of break. 1 week of streaming, 1 week of break, rather than 3 streams and then a break. This will, I think, give me some time to do a lot of the backlog of work that I've been wishing to do, but regrettably has not been the most available between, the full-time job in addition to trying to edit all of the audiobooks and all of the shorts and all of the things all together and get the channel's reach improved and extended. So, this will, I think, be a good compromise for you, the viewer, and me, the creator. It'll be a lot more consistent. It'll be a lot more high energy, I think, going into the future. And it'll give me time to really soak in all the details and digest the things that I've experienced, both from doing the reading, which is the most intimate part, I feel, of the entire experience of coming to know a piece of literature, and also from the gameplay, where I am, of course, in the moment, more analyzing the material itself than I am, per se, thinking about it from the first-person perspective, which, as I believe I had mentioned in the last video, is fun, it is entertaining, but it does procure a very specific kind of play throughout the entirety of it. So, that is that. Moving on then, we will, as per the custom, begin with not opening another audio program, but instead continue on with the Communist Manifesto. Okay. Now, I should hope that I regarded these as sections last. Allow me to quickly double check that. Should be fairly immediate. Then we can get an answer. Okay. Yes, I believe I referred to it as sections. Alright, so let's begin. Section 3. Socialist and Communist Literature. Part 1. Reactionary Socialism. A. Feudal Socialism. Owing to their historical position, it became the vocation of the aristocracies of France and England to write pamphlets against modern bourgeois society. In the French Revolution of July 1830, and in the English Reform agitation, these aristocracies again succumbed to the hateful upstart. Thenceforth, a serious political contest was altogether out of the question. A literary battle alone remained possible. I've got to get back in the mood here. A literary battle alone remained possible. But even in the domain of literature, the old cries of the Restoration period had become impossible. In order to arouse sympathy, the aristocracy were obliged to lose sight, apparently, of their own interests, and to formulate their indictment against the bourgeoisie in the interest of the exploited working class alone. Thus, the aristocracy took their revenge by singing lampoons on their new master, and whispering in his ears sinister prophecies of coming catastrophe. In this way arose feudal socialism, half lamentation, half lampoon, half echo of the past, half menace of the future. At times by its bitter, witty, and incisive criticism, striking the bourgeoisie to the very heart's core, but always ludicrous in its effect, through total incapacity to comprehend the march of modern history. The aristocracy, in order to rally the people to them, waved the proletarian alms bag in front for a banner. But the people, so often as it joined them, saw in their hindquarters the old feudal coats of arms, and disserted with loud and irreverent laughter. One section of the French Legitimists and Young England exhibited this spectacle. In pointing out that their mode of exploitation was different to that of the bourgeoisie, the feudalists forget that they exploited under circumstances and conditions that were quite different and that are now antiquated. In showing that, under their rule, the modern proletariat never existed, they forget that the modern bourgeoisie is the necessary offspring of their own form of society. For the rest, so little do they conceal the revolutionary character of their criticism, that their chief accusation against the bourgeoisie amounts to this, that under the bourgeois regime, a class is being developed which is destined to cut up root and branch the old order of society. What they upbraid the bourgeoisie with is not so much that it creates a proletariat, as that it creates a revolutionary proletariat. In political practice, therefore, they join in all coercive measures against the working class, and in ordinary life, despite their highfalutin phrases, they stoop to pick up the golden apples dropped from the tree of industry, and to barter truth, love, and honor, for traffic in wool, beetroot sugar, and potato spirits. As the parson has ever gone hand in hand with the landlord, so has clerical socialism with feudal socialism. Nothing is easier than to give Christian asceticism a socialist tinge. Has not Christianity declaimed against the private property, against marriage, against the state? Has it not preached in the place of these charity and poverty, celibacy and mortification of the flesh, monastic life and Mother Church? Christian socialism is but the holy water with which the priest consecrates the heart-burnings of the aristocrat. B. Petty-Bourgeois Socialism. The feudal aristocracy was not the only class that was ruined by the bourgeoisie, not the only class whose conditions of existence pined and cherished in the atmosphere of modern bourgeois society. The medieval burgesses and small peasant proprietors were the precursors of the modern bourgeoisie. In those countries which are but little developed, industrially and commercially, these two classes still vegetate side by side with the rising bourgeoisie. In countries where modern civilization has become fully developed, a new class of petty bourgeois has been formed, fluctuating between proletariat and bourgeoisie, and never renewing itself as a supplementary part of the bourgeois society. The individual members of this class, however, are being constantly hurled down into the proletariat by the action of competition, and as modern industry develops, they even see the moment approaching when they will completely disappear as an independent section of modern society, to be replaced in manufacturers, agriculture, and commerce. By overlookers, bailiffs, and shopmen. In countries like France, where the peasants constitute far more than half of the population, it was natural that writers who sided with the proletariat against the bourgeoisie should use, in their criticism of the bourgeois regime, the standard of the peasant and petty bourgeois, and from the standpoint of these intermediate classes, should take up the cudgels for the working class. Thus arose the petty bourgeois socialism. Sismondi was the head of this school, not only in France but also in England. The school of socialism dissected with great acuteness the contradictions in the conditions of modern production. It laid bare the hypocritical apologies of economists. It proved incontrovertibly the disastrous effects of machinery and division of labor, the concentration of capital and land in a few hands, overproduction and crises. It pointed out the inevitable ruin of the petty bourgeois and peasant, the misery of the proletariat, the anarchy in production, the crying inequalities in the distribution of wealth, the industrial war of extermination between nations, the dissolution of old moral bonds, of the old family relations, of the old nationalities. In its positive aims, however, this form of socialism aspires either to restoring the old means of production and of exchange, and with them the old property relations and the old society, or to cramping or to cramping the modern means of production and of exchange within the framework of the old property relations that have been, and were bound to be, exploded by both means. In either case, it is both reactionary and utopian. Its last words are corporate guilds for manufacture, patriarchal relations in agriculture. Ultimately, when stubborn historical facts had dispersed all intoxicating effects of self-deception, this form of socialism ended up in a miserable fit of the blues. C. German or true socialism. The socialist and the communist literature of France, a literature that originated under the pressure of a bourgeoisie in power, and that was the expression of the struggle against this power, was introduced into Germany at a time when the bourgeoisie in that country had just begun its contest with feudal absolutism. German philosophers, would-be philosophers, and beaux esprits eagerly seized on this literature, only forgetting that when these writings immigrated from France into Germany, French social conditions had not immigrated along with them. In contact with German social conditions, this French literature lost all its immediate practical significance, and assumed a purely literary aspect. Thus, to the German philosophers of the 18th century, the demands of the First French Revolution were nothing more than the demands of practical reason, in general, and the utterance of the will of the revolutionary French bourgeoisie signified, in their eyes, the law of pure will, of will as it was bound to be, of true human will generally. The world of the German literati consisted solely in bringing the new French ideas into harmony with their ancient philosophical conscience, or rather, in annexing the French ideas without deserting their own philosophic point of view. This annexation took place in the same way in which a foreign language is appropriated, namely, by translation. It is well known how the monks wrote silly lives of Catholic saints over the manuscripts on which the classical works of ancient heathendom had been written. The German literati reversed this process with the profane French literature. They wrote their philosophical nonsense beneath the French original. For instance, beneath the French criticism of the economic functions of money, they wrote alienation of humanity, and beneath the French criticisms of the bourgeois state, they wrote dethronement of the category of the general, and so forth. The introduction of these philosophical phrases at the back of the French historical criticisms they dubbed philosophy of action, true socialism, German science of socialism, philosophical foundation of socialism, and so on. The French socialist and communist literature was thus completely emasculated, and since it ceased in the hands of the German to express the struggle of one class with the other, he felt conscious of having overcome French one-sidedness, and of representing not true requirements, but the requirements of truth, not the interests of the proletariat, but the interests of human nature, of man in general, who belongs to no class, has no reality, who exists only in the misty realm, a philosophical fantasy. This German socialism, which took its schoolboy task so seriously and solemnly, and extolled its poor stock in trade in such mountebank fashion, meanwhile gradually lost its pedantic innocence. The fight of the German, and especially of the Prussian bourgeoisie, against the feudal aristocracy and absolute monarchy, in other words, the liberal movement, became more earnest. By this, the long-wished-for opportunity was offered to true socialism of confronting the political movement with By this, the long-wished-for opportunity was offered to the true socialism of confronting the political movement with the socialist demands, of hurling the traditional anathemas against liberalism, against representative government, against bourgeois competition, bourgeois freedom of the press, bourgeois legislation, bourgeois liberty and equality, and of preaching to the masses that they had nothing to gain and everything to lose by this bourgeois movement. German socialism forgot, in the nick of time, that the French criticism, whose silly echo German socialism forgot, in the nick of time, that the French criticism, whose silly echo it was, German socialism forgot, in the nick of time, that the French criticism, whose silly echo it was, presupposed the existence of modern bourgeois society, with its corresponding economic conditions of existence, and the political constitution adapted thereto, the very things whose attainment was the object of the pending struggle in Germany. To the absolute governments, with their following of parsons, professors, country squires, and officials, it served as a welcome scarecrow against the threatening bourgeoisie. It was a sweet finish after the bitter pills of floggings and bullets with which these same governments, just at the time, dosed the German working class risings. While this true socialism thus served the governments as a weapon for fighting the German bourgeoisie, it, at the same time, directly represented a reactionary interest, the interest of the German Philistines. In Germany, the petty bourgeois class, a relic of the 16th century, and since then constantly cropping up again under various forms, is the real social basis of the existing state of things. To preserve this class is to preserve the existing state of things in Germany. The industrial and political supremacy of the bourgeoisie threatens it with certain destruction, on the one hand, from the concentration of capital, on the other, from the rise of a revolutionary proletariat. True socialism appeared to kill both. True socialism appeared to kill these two birds with one stone. It spread like an epidemic. The robe of speculative cobwebs, embroidered with flowers of rhetoric, steeped in the dew of sickly sentiment, this transcendental robe in which the German socialists wrapped their sorry, eternal truths, all skin and bone, served to wonderfully increase the sale of their goods amongst such a public, and on its part, German socialism recognized more and more its own calling as the bombastic representative of the petty bourgeois Philistine. And allow me to adjust right quick. It proclaimed the German nation to be the model nation, and the German petty Philistine to be the typical man. To every villainous meanness of this model man, it gave a hidden, higher, socialistic interpretation, the exact contrary of its real character. It went to the extreme length of directly opposing the brutally destructive tendency of communism, and of proclaiming its supreme and impartial contempt. Of all class struggles. With very few exceptions, all the so-called socialist and communist publications that now, 1847, circulate in Germany, belong to the domain of this foul and enervating literature. And we will take one quick recess, just for a moment, and then we'll be right back. And now we return. Get ourselves all centered back up. And there we go. Part 2. Conservative or Bourgeois Socialism. A part of the bourgeoisie is desirous of redressing social grievances in order to secure the continued existence of bourgeois society. To this section belong economists, philanthropists, humanitarians, improvers of the condition of the working class, organizers of charity, members of societies for the prevention of cruelty to animals, temperance fanatics, hole-in-corner reformers of every imaginable kind. This form of socialism has, moreover, been worked out into complete systems. We may cite Proudhon's Philosophie de la Miserie. As an example of this form. The socialistic bourgeois want all the advantages of modern social conditions, without the struggles and dangers necessarily resulting therefrom. They desire the existing state of society, minus its revolutionary and disintegrating elements. They wish for a bourgeoisie without a proletariat. The bourgeoisie naturally conceives the world in which it is supreme to be the best, and bourgeois socialism develops this comfortable conception into various more or less complete systems. In requiring the proletariat to carry out such a system, and thereby to march straightway into the social New Jerusalem. In requiring the proletariat to carry out such a system, and thereby to march straightway into the new. I don't know why that's tripping me up. And thereby to march straightway into the social New Jerusalem. It but requires in reality that the proletariat should remain within the bounds of existing society, but should cast away all its hateful ideas concerning the bourgeoisie. A second and more practical, but less systematic form of this socialism sought to depreciate every revolutionary movement in the eyes of the working class by showing no mere political reform, but only a change in the material conditions of existence and economic relations could be of any advantage to them. By changes in the material conditions of existence, this form of socialism, however, by no means understands abolition of the bourgeois relations of production, an abolition that can be effected only by a revolution, but administrative reforms based on the continual existence of these relations. Reforms, therefore, that in no respect affect the relations between capital and labor, but, at the best, lessen the cost and simplify the administrative work of bourgeois government. Bourgeois socialism attains adequate expression when, and only when, it becomes a mere figure of speech. Free trade, for the benefit of the working class. Protective duties, for the benefit of the working class. Prison reform, for the benefit of the working class. This is the last word, and the only seriously meant word, of bourgeois socialism. It is summed up in the phrase, the bourgeois is a bourgeois for the benefit of the working class. It is summed up in the phrase, the bourgeois is a bourgeois for the benefit of the working class. Okay. I see. Part 3. Critical-Utopian Socialism and Communism. We do not here refer to that literature which, in every great modern revolution, has always given voice to the demands of the proletariat, such as the writings of Babeuf and others. I am going to look that one up because I feel like I mispronounced it. Though it does sound appropriate. Let's see. Okay, yes, very French. And how does one pronounce that? Okay. I think that I'm pretty on point with that. The first direct attempts of the proletariat to attain its own ends made in times of universal excitement, when feudal society was being overthrown. These attempts necessarily failed, owing to the then undeveloped state of the proletariat, as well as to the absence of the economic conditions for its emancipation. Conditions had yet to be produced, and could be produced by the impending bourgeois epoch alone. The revolutionary literature that accompanied these first movements of the proletariat had necessarily a reactionary character. It inculcated universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form. The socialist and communist systems, properly so called, those of Saint Simon, Fourier, Owen, and others, spring into existence in the early undeveloped period described above, of the struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie. See Section 1, Bourgeois and Proletariats. Bourgeois and Proletarians. The founders of these systems see, indeed, the class antagonisms as well as the action of the decomposing elements in the prevailing forms of society, but the proletariat, as yet in its infancy, offers to them the spectacle of a class without any historical initiative or any independent political movement. Since the development of class antagonism keeps even pace with the development of industry, the economic situation, as they find it, does not as yet offer to them the material conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. They therefore search after a new social science, after new social laws that are to create these conditions. Historical action is to yield that their personal inventive action historically created conditions of emancipation to fantastic ones, and the gradual spontaneous class organization of the proletariat to the organization of society specially contrived by these inventors. Future history resolves itself, in their eyes, into the propaganda and the practical carrying out of their social plans. In the formation of their plans, they are conscious of caring chiefly for the interests of the working class, as being the most suffering class. Only from the point of view of being the most suffering class does the proletariat exist for them. The undeveloped state of the class struggle, as well as their own surroundings, causes socialists of this kind to consider themselves far superior to all class antagonisms. They want to improve the condition of every member of society, even that of the most favored. Hence, they habitually appeal to society at large, without distinction of class, nay, by preference, to the ruling class. For how can people, when once they understand their system, fail to see in it the best possible plan for the best possible state of society? Hence they reject all political, and especially all revolutionary action. They wish to attain their ends by peaceful means, and endeavor by small experiments necessarily doomed to fail, and by the force of example to pave the way for the new social gospel. Such fantastic pictures of future society, painted at a time when the proletariat is still in a very undeveloped state, and has but a fantastic conception of its own position, correspond with the first instinctive yearnings of that class for a general reconstruction of society. But these socialist and communist publications contain also a critical element. They attack every principle of existing society. Hence they are full of the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. The practical measures proposed in them, such as the abolition of the distinction between town such as the abolition of the distinction between town and country, of the family, of the carrying on of industries for the account of private individuals, and of the wage system, the proclamation of social harmony, the conversion of the functions of the state into a mere superintendence of production. All these proposals point solely to the disappearance of class antagonisms which were, at the time, only just cropping up, and which, in these publications, are recognized in their earliest, indistinct, and undefined forms only. These proposals, therefore, are of a purely utopian character. The significance of critical utopian socialism and communism bears an inverse relation to historical development. In proportion as the modern class struggle develops and takes definite shape, this fantastic standing apart from the contest, these fantastic attacks on it, lose all practical value and all theoretical justification. Therefore, although the originators of these systems were, in many respects, revolutionary, their disciples have in every case formed mere reactionary sects. They hold fast by the original views of their masters, in opposition to the progressive historical development of the proletariat. They therefore endeavor, and that consistently, to deaden the class struggle, and to reconcile the class antagonisms. They still dream of experimental realization of their social utopias, of founding isolated phalansteers. Yeah, that's another one to look up. You know, this is one of the prime reasons I do enjoy older literature. That while there are a number of terms I'm unfamiliar with, it gives me an opportunity in context to observe and learn them. It's a Fourierism. Now, can we get a pronunciation for this? Aha. Pretty close. Very good. They therefore endeavor, and that consistently, to deaden the class struggle and to reconcile the class antagonisms. They dream of experimental realization of their social utopias, of founding isolated phalansteers, of establishing home colonies, of setting up a little Icaria, duodecimo editions of the New Jerusalem, and to realize all these castles in the air, they are compelled to appeal to the feelings and purses of the bourgeois. By degrees, they sink into the category of the reactionary conservative socialists depicted above, differing from these only by more systematic pedantry, and by their fanatical and superstitious belief in the miraculous events of their social science. They, therefore, violently oppose all political action on the part of the working class. Such action, according to them, can only result from blind unbelief in the new gospel. The Owenites in England, and the Fourierists in France, respectively, oppose the Chartists and the Réformistes. So, well, let's see, how shall we begin this? Section 3. Frankly, I find a lot of agreement in. The ultimate issue with much of the let's shorten our these, since we'll be cutting this up for retorts later. The ultimate issue with much of the socialist and communist, well, communist-like, politic and philosophic ideas and ideals boils down to much as was just critiqued in this whole section. That, as opposed to recognizing the reality, the material reality of everything to hand, and being willing to commit themselves to not simple abstractions, regardless of how systematically thorough they might be. This set of circular logics. That there is the underlying relations themselves, the underlying struggles of classes. And because of this, they find themselves not only compelling to those who are tired, who are upset, who are bothered by the current circumstances that they find themselves in, but in that this is, as it is declared here, reactionary. It is neither proactive, in the sense of making something occur, not necessarily in the revolutionary sense, but in general, and neither is it neither is it attempting to form a correspondence analysis. It isn't attempting to pick apart how exactly all of the various elements, the parts of societies writ large, let alone in isolated ecosystems, actually work. And that is by how one regards, how one conducts the medium itself of signification. That is to say, they don't understand the semiotics of what's happening around them, and that all of these things, insofar as they relate to the various subjects that are a part of the system, are in a sign system. That there are not only the actual material objects, but how exactly we identify those, and through what, in a discursive fashion. And now, as an objectivist myself, I have my own take on this. At least insofar as the epistemology, I'm an objectivist. Let's repeat that. At least insofar as the epistemology itself, I'm an objectivist. But insofar as the economy, I lean more significantly towards something like a scientific, technocratic foundation. And that ties largely into a more post-humanist kind of, I would say more of a modernistic post-humanism rather than a postmodernist post-humanism perspective. Regardless of what my stance is, as the material here is referring to, if you want to get anywhere, you have to understand the objects themselves, the signs that are coming away from them, the representament, whatever they might be, And the interpretations that are formed, i.e., the interpretants, within the minds of the observers, the subjects, and how this all ties together, not only in the abstract, but also within the concrete, in the fashion that it directly affects how subjects are subjectively interfacing with all of the things about them, and how these systems build up incentive and disincentive structures that produce the classes as they are. It is only then can you take a response, it is only then that you can take a genuinely objective observation of not only who, where, but how and what to do about it. To be able to look back towards the past and far towards the future from the present and do something with that knowledge, that awareness. And so we continue. Section 4. Position of the Communists in relation to the various existing opposition parties. Section 2 has made clear the relations of the Communists to the existing working-class parties, such as the Chartists in England and the Agrarian Reformers in America. The Communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims for the enforcement of The Communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims for the enforcement of the monetary interests of the working class. But in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. In France, the Communists ally themselves with the Social Democrats against the conservative and radical bourgeoisie, reserving, however, the right to take up a critical position in regards to phrases and allusions traditionally handed down from the Great Revolution. In Switzerland, they support the radicals without losing sight of the fact that this party consists of antagonistic elements, partly of democratic socialists in the French sense, partly of radical bourgeois. In Poland, they support the party that insists on an agrarian revolution as the prime condition for national emancipation, that party which fomented the insurrection of Krakow in 1846. In Germany, they fight with the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary way. Against the absolute monarchy, the feudal squirearchy, and the petty bourgeoisie. But they never cease, for a single instant, to instill into the working class the clearest possible recognition of the hostile antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat, in order that the German workers may straightway use, as so many weapons against the bourgeoisie, the social and political conditions that the bourgeoisie must necessarily introduce along with its supremacy, and in order that, after the fall of the reactionary classes in Germany, the fight against the bourgeoisie itself may immediately begin. The communists turn their attention chiefly to Germany, because that country is on the eve of a bourgeois revolution that is bound to be carried out under more advanced conditions of European civilization, and with that, a much more developed proletariat than that of England was in the 17th, and of France in the 18th century, and because the bourgeois revolution in Germany will be but the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution. In short, the communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. In all these movements, they bring up to the front, as the leading question in each, the property question, no matter what its degree of development at the time. Finally, they labor everywhere for the union and agreement of the democratic parties of all countries. The communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. They openly declare their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Working men of all countries, unite! Well, let's not peek the mic, actually. Working men of all countries, unite! Okay, that should have been better. Okay. And now, having finished all of that, really, now we can dig into the rebuttals against the ideas as a whole. So, to begin with, I would say that the Communist Manifesto, of course, while it is not an immediate document, something that is used by every inheritor of this tradition from this point forward in history, the underpinnings thereof, even if they have been modified to some extent in the successors, is still what is being operated on. And while I pointed out in my response to the third section that what the others get wrong, the communists get right, insofar as their methodology, what they do with that methodology is, as I said, consistent through and through, and non-sectarian, at least in principle. Nonetheless, the entirely inappropriate response. Now, the reason that I would argue that this is the entirely inappropriate response is because we understand how history has since progressed. And while that might be a seeming contradiction to those who approach the contemporary currency that we live in now, having known that there are mass consequences which are less than ideal, to put it in the most mild sense possible, to put it in the most YouTube-friendly sense possible, that are direct consequences of the class struggles that were at hand and continue to carry on. The development of things like the internet as a means of communication, as a means of organization, as a means of effectively digital nomadry, digital citizenship, of decentralization from these bases of production, these bases of class, and the mobility that comes along with that, the counter, genuinely, to all sedentarianism. That is to say, the settlement in a singular location and the reliance upon the products thereof, I think, is the most probable solution to all of these things. The way that happens is by recognizing that all of the concerns, all of the considerations that were addressed here in this document, and my understanding, and in my understanding by communist systems of analysis writ large, is that value relation, as such, where a technologic perspective on all history, I think, better addresses how we come to these kinds of positions, how we come to these sorts of sign systems for not only our relation to production, but also to subjects, not only to subjects, but also to the materials that enable their existence. That all of it, insofar as humans are able to concern themselves with, and beyond humans, all of the creatures that enabled us to come about, historically, evolutionarily, and also presently by sustaining our ecologies, that it's all memes. The meme being an imic unit, an internal underlying type, whereby all things are expressed, tokens of culture, of meaning, of pragmatic apprehension. And I do use that in the discursive Persian sense. As a result of that, if we are able to decentralize, to constitute independencies from what we might identify as either a proletariat, a bourgeoisie, a aristocracy, a monarchy, whatever kind of sedentarist authority that there might be, which has the capacity to inflict upon others their own sign systems, their own relations of property, their own relations of production, their own relations of materiality as such. And our predominant concern is taking the truths that we can derive from a inferential, perceptive, direct reality, and working with them, that we discover that all things within our world, our realm, however you want to look at it, in reality about us, are attainable if only by the recognition of the appropriate methodologies, the appropriate technique, the appropriate techniques as it comes to us in English today, derived from the ancient Greek. That is to say, a method of accommodating a product. That is to say, in a more composed fashion, if we understand the producers, the processes, and the products that get us to where we need to be, from the most rudimentary of objects, medical equipment, food, water, shelter, all of the bare necessities of existence, all the way to what we currently rely upon, insofar as our digital and analog technologies, our computers, our programs, our machineries, which are railed so thoroughly against by the communists, at least here, humorously for how history progressed since this document. Humorous for how history has since progressed since this document came about. All of it, the internet itself, and whatever kinds of new developments come about the many decades down the line. We have the opportunity at this point to, under these material conditions, to use the terminology presented here, turn ourselves not into some sort of propertyless creators such that all of our abilities go towards the distribution, such that all of our productions go towards the distribution to all as their needs demand. But rather, for each of us to individually, within the free association, the greatest amount of mobility, come together, form our own contracts, form our own social systems, and maintain not a not some utopian vision, as the anarchic or libertarian models would have us believe in, promote, attempt to bring into reality, knowing the nature of humanity as it is, that it is prone to competition, that there is an economic element in everything where materiality is concerned, and even sociality. If not for goods, in the concrete sense, then goods in the abstract. A new series of relations that are founded on the reproducibility of all information, that are founded on the reproducibility of all techne, that are founded on the reproducibility of everything, including the self, and that these are, with the appropriate commitment, with the appropriate analysis and action, fully attainable, that they are not clouds weighing high and waving in the sky, that they are not castles waving high in the sky, that they are not some sort of that they are not revolutionary in the sense of demanding force by necessity, but that they are revolutionary in the assertion of self-determination, of self-responsibility, of the self as a unit that can commit to a solidaristic collective and just as easily exit. That it is not one's class that is the ultimate determinant of their conditions, of their capacities, but that it is one's ability to reason, and with that reason, conduct. And I think that about sums up my opinions on a matter. In a very roundabout fashion. But that's what editing is for. But I got through quite a few more pages than I expected we would. So that gives us a lot of time to get over to Dead Space. And now, since the 2008 version did not function for me well, I'm going to take a brief recess and see if we can record the current updated version any better. So, if you will all allow me just a few minutes, we will be right back. Okay, so it does seem that it is working, but let's see if we can actually record it. And hopefully, given that it's a very recent release, this will not be an issue whatsoever. And as per the usual, the actual game capture mode itself is not picking up the game. But let's see if this will. Hey, okay. So it is picking up the video, but will it pick up the audio? That's always the question. We'll mute it. And then see about it. Well, let's not do that. Make sure that I did not accidentally the filters. Ah, yes, very good. Okay. And let's see. And it is humorously working just fine from the seeming of it. Well, very good indeed. Okay. Now, unless that monitor is lying to me, that means that we can actually get into things. So, let's lock in, ladies, gents, and those who are bents. You know, I guess we'll resume, since I surely have not given this a shot before. Very good. Nice report.
I think it's me. I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I just wish I could talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening. Strange. Such a little thing.
That's her? Full?
Yeah. First deferred from her in weeks.
We're 5 minutes out. You still got that thing on repeat? Guess you really miss her.
Ishimura is not a job you turn down, but 6 months apart with only vid calls? That's rough. Easy to say the wrong thing.
I don't blame you. I'd listen to my girlfriend over Hammond reciting security protocols.
Forewarned is forearmed, Miss Daniels.
So you keep saying.
Here we go. Nice clean re-entry. Just
Imagine 6 months staring at that chunk of rock.
To an independent miner, that's paradise. Aegis 7 is one of the richest finds in CEC history. Some prospecting team set up for life. Now where is she?
There. I'm forming visual contact with USG Ishimura.
What a beauty. Biggest planet cracker in her class, you know. And it looks like they already popped the cork.
Why is it so dark? We should be able to see her running lights.
yeah. I'll get us into hailing range. Someone's got to be waiting up for us.
Just be careful on the approach. I'm not taking any chances with CEC's pride and joy.
No chances, huh? Is that why you were digging into my personnel files before we left?
You track your file access?
I'm a computer analyst. Comes with the job.
I ran standard CEC background checks, Miss Daniels. If you want to work in the big leagues, you have to play ball.
Sir, we're in hailing range. USG Ishimura, this is the emergency maintenance team of the USG Kelly, responding to your distress call. Come in, Ishimura. Ishimura, do you copy? Come in. This is the USG Kelly.
You ever hear of a full communications blackout on one of these things?
Never. Come on. Someone pick up the damn phone.
The hell is that?
Sounds like their communication array is busted. Maybe a broken encoder. Daniels and I can handle it in 48 hours, max.
Hey, that gives you plenty of time to catch up with Nicole.
Yeah, I hope so.
Jen, Johnson, take us in.
Gravity tethers engaged. Automated docking. Let's go.
Losing control.
I agree. Fuck.
System override isn't responding.
Shit, we're coming in too hot. It's gonna smash us into the hull.
Jen, aim for that emergency stabilizer. There, the blue light. It might slow us down.
Got it. Drop the flash shield. Everyone brace yourself. Everyone okay?
I'm good.
I'll live. Hey, Johnston, you alright?
It's my ankle. Might be broken.
Shit, but better than a broken neck. Or worse. Good call on the stabilizer, Isaac.
Gotta always read the manual.
What the fuck's going on with flight control? That guidance system's a death trap.
Better add it to your repair list. Jen, what's our damage?
Comms are down. We lost a port booster. We've got a fire in one of the stabilizers and... Singularity core's a mess. Could be worse, but not by much.
Then let's get some help. Johnston, stay with the Kellian. We'll send a medic. Everyone else, with me.
Chapter 1, New Arrivals. Ooh. Oh, okay. Oh. I'll get to that in a moment. Let's finish this up.
How's the ankle?
Looks like hell. But I've had worse. You go on. I'll get it strapped up.
Great. That is actually some really nice passive character interaction. Something that I'm always looking for in any game, no matter whether it is a proper role-playing game or it is something.
How's that, Isaac? You go get help. I'll hold the fort.
Thanks, fam. Or it is something that is more on the order of this, which, as far as I understand it, blends some of the core RPG elements you see sprinkled into various games of its time and onward. And of course the horror action game. But that's not what I wanted to.
Isaac. You go get help. I'll hold the fort.
Thank you. That's not what I wanted to start with per se. To keep up with our tradition of sitting through the cutscenes and letting them speak for themselves, I wanted to begin perhaps with the analysis of it. The scene that just opened us here was one of...
I got this, Isaac. You go get help. I'll hold the fort.
That is something I admit that I'm not the most fond of. Let's see if turning away will take care of that.
Cool. Crap, we came down hard.
Not a great start. Standard procedure.
I hope that they don't keep dialoguing.
Where is everybody?
Okay. Alright, well, I guess I'll just miss out on that. I'm sure it's an important part, but there'll be a trigger once I get closer. So, to start with the cutscene that we were introduced to here on this little vessel, going in towards what they call a planet cracker, giving us information on stellar mining and the availability of interstellar travel, the kinds of interstellar travel that are available, the outfits and the equipment of the crew members here, the kinds of relations that they have retained in the very human vein, as we have seen back on, as we experience day to day here, yet still. Retaining some degree of relatability, and yet putting us into a scene that is entirely departed from everything that is contemporary. Having an entire environment that is artificial from top to bottom, and the complexity of that, the crude yet the stark yet sophisticated nature of it. And everything ranging from, and not just of the environment, but also the equipment with which our character is given, and the others as well. Tells us a story that is immediately not only visible, but also audible. It gives us the identifiers that we are indeed in for a journey that is going to reflect the drastic realities that can come from all of this put together. And the calling for me there. I don't want to trigger her dialogue again, humorously, but I was just talking about it. It swiftly introduces us to the fact that not only are we dealing with things that are well beyond the understanding of any one person, as our technology is even today, but also that are perhaps going to be beyond the grasp of anybody in the immediate future. That even the most minute element that we're going to be dealing with here has drastic implications, not only insofar as itself as the entity to be observed, but also for the systems that they are a part of and their interconnectedness. And something else. Oh, hello, magazine. And something else to take note of that we have immediately And something else to take note of, as I had just briefly glazed over in the last few sentences, is that we have largely retained, from the seeming of it, our relations of privacy, of identity, of individuality, and economy, moving into this future. This taking the old sci-fi tradition that is so valuable, and has been so valuable for the analysis of possible futures, in addition to our contemporary immediacies, for in the vein of what might happen, what might the consequences be, what might the results that come about, what are the results that might be emergent from all of these various initial points, carried on into the future, pan out to be. Importantly, this thrusts us, at least from the beginning, into theory fiction. All of that wrapped into something that we can interact with not only literarily, but also as a game. So let us continue. Now I do wish there was a zoom in, or if there is, I didn't see it in the menu. What's that? Unitology, special report. Okay. So I guess we have a verification of religion inside of this thing. Or at least something like it. Ah, damn, that's gorgeous. I don't know what the original was like, but if it even vaguely reflected all this, that's good. That's good. not so distant from the impression that I had whenever I first bumped into BioShock. This place really captures an essence.
Isaac, guess we better go.
Really captures an essence.
Let's get this done, Isaac.
Sure. But it would be nice if I had one of your big fuck-off guns that you're carrying on you.
At least we didn't take out the sign.
Ah, yes. Nothing like the Black Mesa type self-advertisement of a whole corporation. Security check-in? Right. Oh no! Oh. All unauthorized articles? Man, not only will I have to get rid of my Scientology journal, but also my fucking Leatherman. What a shame. Hello, yeah, I think that I'm gonna run. I don't think that the check is necessary.
Isaac, come sync your rig.
Sync my rig. Sure.
To the USG Ishimura. Rig synced. Collect kinesis and stasis modules from Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple. Location? Error. Employee not found.
I can't reach security.
Same for the chief engineer. What is wrong with their comms?
Well, that is surely less than inspiring. I like that it has E open. I hope that in canon, that is actually what displays, and there's something like the power glove that the character uses.
Where's the security detail? Where's anybody?
There's nothing logged. No duty roster.
They're a
and no
break,
power in the
Chief.
elevator.
For God's sake.
Let's
That security console's still working. Isaac, get a damage report. I'm done playing around.
Sure. Oh, hey! It's like that spell in Skyrim.
Something died in the air vents. Oh.
Yeah.
On the floor here. Seth?
Isaac, I need that damage report.
The hell?
Can you reroute
It's
power?
coffee. Huh.
Isaac, try that security console.
Yeah. Give us a moment. Is this the one? Yeah, that's the one. Let's take a look around first. Security station, elevator, tram control, emergency access. Okay. We are probably not going to have that, at least until something bad happens. But something on the floor. You know, given the fact that they've already identified everything as not in hunky-dory condition, you'd think that something like, whatever the fuck that was, that would be something we'd like to know about.
Oh God, that smell.
Yeah, that's not good. Red signs everywhere.
Shit. It's not just comms with the guidance system. Half the Ishimura's in the red. Engines, hull, the trams.
Ah, and I'm locked in.
Damage to a planning record.
That's not good. That's even worse, in fact.
Ventilation's up. Power to the elevator.
Positive anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Another malfunction?
No, the quarantine systems are all fine.
Oh, wait. Do
you hear that?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it.
I don't think those are tardigrades, guys.
There's something in here with us.
Holy shit. And Isaac is just standing there like nothing is happening. Yo, that's not good at all. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Well, there's that. Oh! No, 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 no. Emergency access? Oh, hell. Oh, that's not good. Yeah. I'll pass, thanks. Close, close, close. Thank you. Whew. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Okay, cool. Well, now I'm covered in their totally coffee. But, at least we're moving. That's not a good sound. What the hell is this? It's just a regular crate. Oh? Yeah, I think we'll need one of these. Modular. Now, this was originally put out in 2008. Why do we have something that looks this plausible? And yet we can't get, like, something reasonable in Starfield? That's my only question. Like, yeah, it's a tool, right? Oh, nice. Credit economy, very cool. Not only does it make, of course, conveying the meaning of an object of value, a token of value. Very universal, but also, of course, no reload then. Ah, so we are limited ammo. But of course it also fits with the sci-fi aesthetic. Classic trope. Guess, that'd be the one. That was some rough poppin'. Wow, they can take a headshot, no problem? I'm hitting R, where's my reload? Good Lord Almighty. Yeah, that's not good. I think we'll need more than a doctor to fix that. Maybe like a xenobiologist to clean up the mess. Ooh. They even have the heart pumping sound effects. Very well done. You know, it is little things like sound. And as I think that this game is taking good advantage of thus far, lighting that can contribute to the overall tension of a thing. That can produce the effect in its entirety within even a very simple environment.
Security request retrieved.
It didn't die. We shot that fucker right between the eyes and it didn't die. Smith had to shoot its fucking arms and legs off. For God's sake, send help!
Well, it acknowledges that headshots don't do much, at least. What's this?
Christ is still after us! Run!
Oh, okay. Well, that'll do it. Okay. Man, and if there's anything that I love, to come back to what we were looking at earlier, it is in-game menus, in-game inventories, in-game journals, all of it. Any of it. Each of it. Anything that takes you from having something like a big menu that pops up and interrupts the entire flow of things, to being able to simply pop over to the side with an in-universe reason for having access to this kind of organization, while also not taking you out of it, is really good. It maintains immersion, it maintains focus, it maintains plausibility, and overall, it contributes phenomenally to verisimilitude, likeness to truth. Which, I gotta admit, I haven't seen any kind of breaks away from here. I did miss that message, though. I have to look in the inventory, or, the game menu, to make sure that I am absolutely not ruined later down the line. F, okay. I like that stacking menu effect as well. Makes it feel like there's an actual progression and gives you a visual indicator that you are so many deep. Get to safety.
Isaac. Oh my god, Isaac. You made it.
Just... they're everywhere. Shin, is he,
He's gone. Nothing I can do. What the fuck are these things?
The ones I saw, some of them were wearing Ishimura uniforms.
They're the crew? How the hell can they be the crew? Look at them.
We need to get to the bridge. There's 1,000 people on board. Someone will be there.
We can't. The tram system's wrecked. Everything's locked down because of the quarantine.
And you're both repair techs, so how do we do this?
There's a broken tram car blocking the tunnel. It's gridlocked the system. And the data board's burned out. I can't lift the lockdown or call the tram until we get a spare from the maintenance bay. But it's all on Isaac's side of the quarantine.
I'll handle it. Just make sure there's power to the repair systems.
And Isaac,
Yeah?
I'm sure Nicole's okay. She's a doctor, right? She'll do the smart thing.
Yeah, she always does. Find somewhere safe. I'll be back soon.
Well, that's less than desirable. Alright, let's see. Alright, very cool. Now a couple of... oh, good lord. Somebody really needs a mop-up right here. Yeah, that would do well. And a save station. Okay. Now, as convenient as it is to have the ability to pop a quick save at pretty much any point, or hop into a menu and do the old-fashioned slow save in contrast. And while that is very appropriate for all kinds of games, there is something special about having individual save locations rather than checkpoints or the aforesaid. Being able to have a tangible representation of the action of your character, creating some sort of fix in time or status. And again, as you saw with MemoCam, giving us some sense of connection to the truth of the universe and the setting. Makes it feel more solid. Now, as I knock a chair over. Now, this whole section here, and as we look around the entirety of this area, this tram access space, continues to insist upon that thematic coherency, that thematic verisimilitude, in that we saw earlier a coffee cup, spilled as it was and crumpled, and now here a coffee station, along with some chemicals that we saw in a rack and the room that we were just ran out of in the beginning. You can tell that the level designers, throughout the whole course of this, wanted to make sure that there's not only the useful elements to the player, but also that there is a reason for the structures to exist, and also a connection for all of the materials that are scattered throughout. Only furthered by the inclusion of things like an advertisement for the tracker that you yourself will perhaps be relying upon throughout, and also waste disposal and waste management. All of this to say, if you have a setting that makes sense in and of itself, your backdrops, your levels will build themselves. Alright, and now let's actually use one of those, because... Okay, so that is the point we'll be backtracking to. Ooh, I like that effect. Oh man, that has straight data mosh vibes. Love it. And it fits so well. Oh, I guess we have an option, huh? Let's look at the baggage hall. High visible, okay. You know, that's fair. I would want my handlers to be very, very highly visible. Makes sense. Yuck. I'm surprised that a creature didn't pop out over here. I feel like they're going to at some point. Sure. Yeah, I can do that. I think this is what we were looking at earlier. Yep. Okay, so it's vertical for these limbs. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm feeling a little bit low on ammo. Good lord. That's good, that's good. Hang on, I think I can get something out of this. Sulfuric acid? Oh no! Alright, let's see here. Circuit breaker? Right. Yeah, I'll ruin myself by turning both of these on. Oh. Oh. Interesting. A little bit low resolution down there, but alright. Okay. Oh, that's not good. And there again with that heartbeat. Well done. something else that perhaps should be noted well. Was that floor slosh? Ah, okay. Wow, they even have sound effects for stepping over, like, corpse piles. That is some close attention to detail. And on the topic of close attention to detail, that depth of that lighting actually feels very well. Now, I don't know precisely how they're doing it, because it doesn't feel like it's just a regular mesh. It's too dynamic for that. I suppose it could be a dynamic mesh. I'm going to guess that this is a dynamically adjusting decal with filter effects post-processing. And because it is circular, it's fairly easy to influence the lighting. And yeah, you can see there a little bit of artifacting from that processing. That makes sense. I think that's about what we're looking at. Because of course all of these elements that are here seem to be properly modeled such that they are part of the dynamic lighting system. And the little beams that we see here do not perfectly react to the edges of everything. Yeah, that's really well done. That's quite ingenious. And I assume there's no, like, crouch. We'll see. Now, put power onto the cargo. What's that do for us here? Nothing, I suppose. Well, let's turn the... Oh, hello. Oh! Oh, that's nice. Something I entirely overlooked because it was in the dark. I think that's German, which means I cannot understand a word of it. But very nice! It gives utility not only to, of course, actually paying mind to your environment, as one should always be doing, but also the light that comes along with your primary weapon. Goopy. I believe that was the area. Oh, hell. Hello? The dynamic stances and all of the animations for the character are so fluid. Technically, that's very impressive. And the visual effect that it produces, also worth noting. Nodes. Okay. I appreciate, as well, that we have in the cargo closet what appears to be some kind of beer. A mead, maybe? Given the Viking motif? I'm just waiting for them to pop out of the ceiling. I know it's coming. Yeah, I'll save. Sure, why not? I am interested, given that there is a finite ammo system. Well, first... Oh, okay. So it's one of these games. I actually prefer... That was a very quick despawn. But I actually prefer that. Not only there being a limited ammo, but if you reload on a clip or a magazine or a battery that still has some charge to it, you lose that. Very neat. But now, am I supposed to be going this way? It does not seem so. And yet I very much want to. So I think I will.
Isaac, don't bother shooting those fuckers in the head. Doesn't even slow them down.
Okay.
So it seems.
Jacking them apart. Those arms, their legs.
Did that even kill them? Or did they just stop moving?
Good question. Ugh. Goopy. I do think that's going to be my preferred way to take them out. Go for the legs first. I'm sure there'll be some relevancy to having the slimy ragdolls. And I'm sure there'll be some relevancy. It feels like I shouldn't stop it because it'll explode, but I very much want to. Ouch. Did that actually do any damage? I don't think so. But it's good to know there are explosive barrels. But yeah, I'm concerned about getting soft-locked. Given that there is only so much ammo and I don't know of a melee option that could even allow me to do like the Resident Evil thing and just kind of scoot by. Nice. Howdy there, Ashy Toast. What is up indeed? That is the question of the hour as we proceed through these dim and dire places. Nice. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Well, at least he took himself out. Well, I see they have bigger boys. Now, if I recall rightly from the hype of the day, these fellows are called Necromorphs. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting any ammo out of that one. How do I get in there? That's got a purple glow. I'm sure that means good things. I'm sure we'll find out. This feels like a dead end. And mayhaps that's what it'd be. I think that's all we can find from here. See no way to power that bad boy on. And I think I've looted everything of value. I do wonder if the sprint has a limit to it. I was thinking that there would be a way to find these. And that's ingenious as well. If you want to give us a puzzle that we can figure out. Having some means of visually tracking back the solution is one that can make a significant difference. And I hear that heart pumping, so I'm gonna assume that yes, in fact, there is a limit to how much Isaac can sprint. Ah. Maybe I turned it off for myself. Not what I intended to do. Yeah, no, that's got no power. So perhaps I was genuinely cutting ahead of time. So that's that, though. Yeah, okay. So it would perhaps be best to leave it on. The other one. Cool. Did I just turn it off or both? Foolishness. Alright, now let's get back to the plot. To the tram we go. That seems like an issue that we are going to have to take care of sometime soon. Oh, there's the bash. How much ammo do you have? What the hell? Okay. Ah, my oldest nemesis. Fucking keycards. Well, that at least lets us know. Yeah, that's the kind of game we're gonna be playing. That's definitely Spanish. Stasis reminder. An engine in stasis is a safe engine. Yeah, I'll buy that. We need more people here, okay. Stasis, okay. Ah! What do we got here? Hey! It was a power glove. Okay. So not only do they have all this, they have plasma, they have, of course, deep space technology, they have all that business. And they literally have the capacity to control time.
No, but I found a stasis module. I'm faster than... I got it.
At least on small scale. And I imagine it could be done up on much larger scales. And selectively, too. You know, even in the before I move on, even in the resolution of this very lethal but very mundane matter, that seems so trivial if you were to encounter it in this reality, in this setting, properly. Not in its danger, but in its ability to happen. Being able to see it from above, up at the top of the stairs, and then having encountered the fix for it, being another technologic miracle, more or less. Not only does that maintain the sense of building anxiety about the entire setting, but the finite resolutions that you have to actually make them happen to get around them, to get over them. And then it immediately leads us up a hallway that is dark, dank, and mysterious. Probably to follow up with another jump scare. Even several minutes deep, it's still giving us the full vibe. Are we getting microwaved, or what? Okay. Clearly some electromagnetic business there. There's a warning for the bathrooms? You're shitting me. Oh no, they haven't been sanitized for error? Wow, that's not gonna be good. We are definitely gonna have some issues. What's that say? I found a man inside the vents. That's no good. Ooh. It's like more like they found you. He told me to bring the others. Well, looks like that was followed through in some regard. Goopy. Is it dripping blood or water? I gotta imagine water. Man, they really love that unitology, huh? I find it interesting that even the human models of the regular crew, before whatever transformation was happening, you stomp the daylights out of them just the same and they come apart. That has some significant good lord, what a long neck. That has some significant implications insofar as the intention behind the design. That's really cool. That the devs didn't give any kind of speciality to the pretense of the human. They are all bodies that you can interact with equally. And this comes into significance when you look at the meaning that is hard built into the game, that is hard built into the code, the meshes, the decals, all of it. They had to take the time to make the specific objective interactions you can have in a preset system the same across the board. They had to put all of the effort and work into creating all of that, such that it can happen. And the message that I derive from this is, you're all the same.
Message retrieved.
Vents into engineering. You got a stasis module handy? We need one in tram maintenance stat. The autoloader's fried. I got a damaged tram car on the tracks, and if the whole system's gridlocked, guess who they're calling?
Temple here, sending a stasis module now. What happened to the autoloader?
No idea. A lot of shit's been breaking down, and I keep hearing things. Down in the gears where no one can be, you know?
I know.
At least they were suspicious of it. Oh no! Inventory. Oh, that's not gonna be good. Well, I guess it's a use it or lose it kind of situation. I understand why. Yeah, okay. I am in support of inventory management. This is fair. I get it. I understand the purpose. But it's my least favorite aspect of action horror kinds of games like this. Alright, let's start the arena.
Autoloader malfunction. Please contact a repair technician.
Warning, you have brought in the hive. Yep. Exactly what I was concerned about. And there's not an explosive crate 1 to take care of it. Oh no. That is the opposite of good. This would have been a good place to use stasis. Well, I mean, at least they're full of energy. Alright, let's see what you got. Yes, thank you. It entertains me. It entertains me that all of them seem to contain something. They got bits crammed in them somewhere. And they happen to be batteries, plasma batteries. What are we missing here? Alright, let's see. Gotta activate my eagle vision. Here we going. I've attached the claws. Aha, okay. I guess I deactivated the other one? Right.
Any luck moving that tram car?
The autoloader's busted, but stasis should do the trick. Just gotta time it.
Great. But hurry. Okay. Sound carriers down here.
That's such a MacGuffin, and if it weren't so well done, I would be bothered by it. I sincerely hope there's not one behind me. Sweet. Three shots. Yeah. Is that the last one?
System.
That's one down. You said a data board was fried too?
Inventory says there's a spare board in the maintenance bay. We can't run the trams without it.
What's that? Hydroponics? Alright. Interesting that the hydroponics would have a tram station directly attached to it. But I mean, I guess this is like a corporate enterprise ship. That makes sense. They would want the maximum convenience. It's not about, like, separation. But the quarantine, though, if a tram is running through and they were concerned about quarantine, you stay up there, Buster. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's a you problem. You have to find your own buddy boy to feast on. I, on the other hand, will chop you into suey if you come anywhere near me. Promise. Alright, now where's that board? That's what I thought. You know, I should probably check to see if the environments have changed at all. Because it would be just my luck if there is actually some backtracking worth doing in this way. Oh, if there is, it's not in here. Yeah, of course. What do we got? Yeah, we're charged up. Just gotta get my stasis energy all back up to proper levels. Oh, hell. Yeah, that's probably the proper response. Well, time to slam some more of whatever that is. I'm gonna guess that it doesn't give me an explanation as to what our health kit is, does it? Yeah, it's just a med pack. Whatever that means. Key items? None? Okay. Alright, cool. Still no security card. We gotta find... Yeah. Data board. What is that? It's just a drawing of the brain? With the eyes? No. Okay. Just a spooky, scary skeleton. We need a replacement. Yep. Ah! I was getting well ahead of myself. Well, at least I might have softened it up for having went through here already. Sorry, could you repeat that? Something about me? You know, these save stations have been fairly pleasantly abundant thus far, but I'm gonna guess it doesn't stay that way forever. Still. Is this... Yeah, okay, this was blocked off earlier. I'm stacking these credits. I really hope that, something good to use them on. Now, while I've never played Dead Space before now, ever. Oh, 0G, I guess? Or is it swinging? Well, I've never played this game. My buddies did back in the day. And one of their regular critiques was that you stacked credits such that you didn't have anything to spend them on by the end of the game if you were being fastidious with finding them. So I wonder if in this update they patched that potential issue. French? I think that was? Yo. These ones are not dead, are they? Yep, at least that one wasn't. Simple as. Looks like we got a three-parter here. And now I do wager. Yeah, that's fine. That will almost certainly lead us back. To be able to pick up whatever was behind that, that station. Oh, well. Well, I'm glad that worked out. Yo, they were stacked high with plasma. Nice. I can't remember which ways I went. Yeah, okay. This is just that little side pocket. I'm nervous about using my sprint now. Well, that conduit there gives us a good vibe. And looky there. Exactly like I was hoping for. That is a very humorous scream. That is not a very humorous situation, though. Let's not. Instead, we did. That it? We good? No, you got blown up. But you, on the other hand, did not. Cool. Alright, now let's see what's in this little room off to the side. Hopefully not. More than 3 shots can handle. Aha! Data board.
We can't stay here much longer. Hearing a lot of movement.
Hold on. I got the data board. I'm coming back to tram control now.
Daniel, get ready to go.
Hold on, I am absolutely looting every single thing in sight. I have gone full stalker mode. Well, it gives us a bit of a look as to what the beginnings were like. Oh, bench! That's my favorite bench right there. Standard bit, okay. What's the upgrade do? I appreciate that, my bench does in fact have, all these stats on a plasma cutter, as though it were a weapon. Oh, you modify them piecemeal. Interesting. Okay, well. Damage is probably a good start. Capacity 2. And then we'll go with, are those removable? Like, we can't go back? Oh, okay, cool. So I can reset these. These are, alright, neat. Health is a big one, obviously. Size? Okay. Here. It's a very unusual way of having your tree set out. Just HP on both ends. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like air is going to be pretty critical at some points. But health is going to be more useful, like, in the immediate. Okay. Well, my bench got me good. And I do have to take a quick recess. It's a recess-heavy episode of this stream. To join is to survive. Yes, I agree. And that is why we will all be joining together in a quick recess. I'll be back momentarily. And we resume. I did have to grab my hat while I'm up because it's getting quite chilly here. But, I think we will be in a good place with these upgrades. And I'm glad I did come back for it. Thinking about those upgrades that we acquired, can we loot? No. Back off. Away with you. How effective is this, I wonder? Not very by the looks of it. Ah, well. Whispers in the dark. Ooh. But thinking of the upgrades that we just managed, that they're so incremental speaks a lot as to the potency of each one, and how they impact the gameplay that you can engage in. Where we have, like, boatloads of power creep on pick a game at random. Oh hell. No. Away with you. Power! Control! That's good. Genuinely good placement. Gonna walk around like this a lot more often, I think. Both out of precaution and necessity. But yeah. That each increment is so substantive in how it can impact your movement, your gameplay, your follow-through on each of these. The kinds of fights that you're willing to participate in and the ones that you try to avoid. Especially in an emotionally charged game like this, as horror as a genre tends to be. It's thoroughly admirable in that regard. It keeps you grounded instead of just being able to pile drive through anything that you might face. Alright, here's your data board.
System restart complete.
Now there was a couple of other pathways that we could have taken through here. And I know I'm going to get absolutely lost on this backtrack, but there is a map for that. Man, that is just pitch blackness for the first several seconds. Really well done. Very chainy. That is just... this is something that you could use for a screenshot. I haven't passed by a scene in this whole game so far that hasn't felt like I could use it to sell the game. Incredible. Phenomenal work. Now let's see. this other doodad do? Definitely need that. And I might as well leave the lights on. It is less than convenient. Alright, let's see. USG Ishimura. 40 scope. Okay. And they had a lot of bother happening in a short span. Something continually attacking those boosters and all. Like the whole takeoff assembly. Sell items. Sell where? Sell? Can I sell directly from inventory? Action? No. Okay. Well, I certainly need boatloads of plasma energy. That is a guarantee. Well, that's good to have. But I haven't really needed the stasis very much. And given my preference for DACA over, like, effect, like status effects, I think I'll stick with the current setup. But it would be good to note if we have to come back through this area at any point in time. Goop everywhere. I wonder, running through this game with its heavy focus on the meatiness, the literal viscerality of organisms, it's given me rather the feelings, the remembrance of the Magnus Archives, specifically the Flesh. For those who might have any familiarity with it, if you do not have any familiarity with it, I would highly suggest that you take a listen to it. It is a long series, but the episodes are short, and they are great inspiration, and are just phenomenal overall in their own right. But the reason I bring it up is because of the interpretation, the very literal interpretation, as we had mentioned, of the fleshiness of things. Now, obviously we're in the first part. I've been trying to stay thorough with all of this, so we haven't sped through the whole map. But thus far, we are seeing a slow, incremental shift from the kind of inorganic background that we're seeing as the setting proper in the humanist, well, in the human artificiality of it.
Maintenance complete. Calling
And slowly moving towards a goopiness, a sloshiness, an almost scientific, demonic aesthetic overall.
We're on board. Something hit the roof, but it seems operational.
Quarantine lockdown's lifted, so you can get to the hangar. Comms are still down.
You guys are boned.
Be ready for anything.
What's the plan?
You and Johnston fix up the Kellyan. We report to the bridge. Standard emergency protocol.
What? Protocol? Hammond, people are dying here.
And I'm not losing anyone else. We stick to procedure. We'll get through this.
We'll see.
I mean, he's right to want to get the hell out. Yeah, no doubt. Being a technician and everything, I understand the drive to, like, fix the issue, but I don't think that just a handful of folks can do that, with how weird everything is. You know, I thought this would be a little bit cumbersome and laborious, thanks to the extra zoom. Oh, okay. And the flashlight and everything, to keep it all pointed up and prepared for action. And I think it might be, if this were on console, with the slowness of analog turning. But here I think this actually, with the free... Ah, that's what the scroll does. What the free mouse look gives you. It feels almost like what the character themselves would likely do. These elevator scenes give a good opportunity to take a look at the character's details close up. You know, I've had a favoritism towards the right arm bone. Let's take a closer look at these poor unfortunate creatures. As much as we can in this doorway. Let's see, can we get a better look from around here? Well, obviously they're stripped down, and this one's been dismembered a bit. It seems like their whole biology has not really changed all that drastically. They just look, pink and skint. With the biggest changes up in the mandible of the jaw. Neck. Is that exposed? Yeah, I think that's exposed spine. That might be the esophagus. But the general morphology overall, at least from seeing on the backside, those little hands? Yeah, okay. No, there has been some very significant changes. Still anthropoid, approximately, but... I wonder if the team and its canon, to come back to that for a moment, built these out for purpose of just being a, you know, scary monster, or if it was to be more symbolic, or if there was supposed to be some kind of explanation for it that came along with, like, a forced evolution. What do we got here? Is that world? Religions, okay. Interesting. Still giving a touch of the old world vibe. I like it. Books on a rack. Old books by the looks of it, too. I feel like I'm missing something in here. I might as well. It's medium. But anyway. or if there was some kind of combination of all of those factors put together that made them decide on the morphology and dispositions of the necromorph. Oh hell, that's not good. But at least they're already wounded. Double stomp! What do we got? 7 shots left, that's pretty good. Hello? Spooky Goolingtons? Have we any about? No, not immediately. No, that panel doesn't do anything for us. Nope.
Isaac, we made it to the bridge. There's no survivors. Daniels is trying to get into the
You
command
don't
computer.
say. If there were survivors, I'm pretty sure they wish they weren't. Well, another plunge into capital promotion. Amazing Universe magazine. Okay. I apologize for taking so long to read it. It's quite a bit of text. Wow, even small minimums. I see now why they were so keen on taking the contract. So what this little text nodule gives us is an insight into the recent history as it connects to Earth and all of the resources that were related thereto. That this corporation, and more specifically this vessel, were dedicated to resolving. Not only that, but also a little bit of the history of that corporation and the vessel itself. This has a humorous amount of correlation to Doom 2016, which was unintentional, but lines up very well in that another one of these calls to arms, if you will, in the metaphoric sense, of exploring the unknown depths with the risks that come with them, is brought on by the need for resources. In that case, power. In this case, a little bit of everything, to include power. And yet along with it came phenomenal advances in technology to invent oneself out of the potential dangers that we face. in the more trivial and familiar senses. Whereas in Doom, the emphasis, of course, is on tangling with the unknown in a supernatural way. In a way that is fictitiously built to enable the high-stakes combat, conflict. Communications that it was built upon foundationally. Here, in Dead Space, it's more about a biological organism and perhaps an underlying promoter of changes to that kind of organism itself, and how we might relate to that. How, rather than something supernatural, there might be entirely material difficulties that lie ahead from other intelligent beings, and how we might face them. In this case, with extreme violence, as is perhaps appropriate for the extreme violence that they would inflict upon us. But that is a good question to pose. To relate to what we were discussing earlier, a good question to posit, a good perspective to examine, is what if intelligent life outside of us exists, and it exists in a form that is entirely beyond our immediate comprehension? But even if it were to be understood in its entirety, that it is built from the ground up to be hostile to our kinds of life, our modes of life, our relations, and our signs. Not only to the symbolic, but also the material itself. Let's find out. Now, I think we did just save a couple of minutes ago, but let's double check. I am a spastic saver, as anybody who's watched me play other games will see. And I believe that is the right way. Yes. Since there's no place else to go here. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of grain, let alone film grain, but I think it really works in this section. From absolute clarity to particulates everywhere. I think we're gonna need a little bit more fixing than what can be done in like the course of a day. From some mighty heavy machinery too. I would not take my helmet off. I promise you that. Even if the door is locked tight. What do we got here? Okay, cool. There's not a snowball's chance in hell that I would not be prepared at all times. These things literally popped out of the floor, out of the walls, out of the ceiling. They've done everything but pop out of me yet. Okay. Oh, we're getting a little biography. Okay. So Hammond really was digging deep. Okay. The American Republic. Glad to see that we've made some big changes. Bit of pedigree. Ah, yes, the gunk. Yeah, that, like, screeching in the distance is why I wouldn't be ready to take any part of my armor off or leave my gun at rest. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. That would explain why we have so much unitology business about here. Ah. Unitology is just Scientology. Gotcha. Mm. What's her name? Yeah, Nicole. Wow, this is quite thorough. I hope that this was in the original game and not something that they came back to later. Mm. Well, interesting to see that she's got a bit of a mysterious past, at least. We're just gonna let a fire happen, guys? Like, no fire extinguishers or anything? But that explains why she was alerted.
What have you got on you?
Hmm?
Is that blood?
Haley, I need you to listen. The Ishimura's
Man, that ankle is busted, isn't it?
fucking monsters. You didn't hear anything?
What? No, the comms are still out. Isaac.
We need the Killian fixed now. Got a damage report?
It's there.
Yeah, that'll... Just any time now, huh? Okay. Yeah, we'll have everything taken care of, like, tomorrow. Yo, where'd you get that gun from? Can I have one? 'Cause, that looks like it takes a little bit more than a little plasma pistol. Oh, hell. Alright, well, there goes her. I would say there goes me, but then there wouldn't be much of a game left, now would there? Well, at least it answers the question. Oh, what the fuck are you? Aha, so you are like a persistent threat, huh? Now, can I... Is that gonna explode? Yeah, but it... Oh. Shit. No health for you. You and you can go to hell. Feel me?
Isaac, what's happening?
Johnson's gone.
Very.
The singularity core overloaded.
No!
Kellyanne was our only way home. We're trapped.
No! I'm not losing two good people for nothing. What about the command computer?
It's a brick. All the primary systems are locked down with the captain's codes.
So we find Captain Matthias, track his rig.
Okay. Okay, here. Captain Benjamin Matthias. Location medical. Status deceased?
Even the captain? God.
Isaac, you're closer to medical. You can double back and cut through maintenance. Find the captain's body and get his rig. With his codes, we... What was that? Chen?
Hammond, run!
Yeah, I cannot see any reason why any of the crew would not think that they are in the bone zone. They are... This is not Kansas no more. I'm sorry to say. Things are not looking up. You are not entitled to a bag of peanuts and or bottle of water. You are fucked. Plain and simple. Alright, now where to? It's a wonder that the power even still operates on this thing. Like, that life support is extant whatsoever. We're an apparently advanced group of fellows. They're very, very optimistic. I hope I find a... Ah! Store! Nice, nice, nice. Ah, yes. Amazon in space. Yeah, I could definitely use that. Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you very much. I do not trust that one bit. Alright, cool. That's a nice stinger they had there. I dig it. Okay. Yo, I could sell my plasma cutter? And what? Instantly perish? Okay. Insane. Wow. Pricey. Legacy rig? Yo, I could sell my rig? Not possible, not possible. Okay, yeah. That would be... Wow. That would be really, really poor. Those power nodes are something pricey, too. Ah, yes, we shall phone home in the most literal of senses. Well, I will say, obviously it's still early in the game, but the store system feels pretty fair, pretty reasonable. There's always paying. I agree. I hope that's a play on Tang. Do these actually do anything? I'm gonna spend one good shot on it. Nope. You know, I respect the fact that in the middle of hyper-technologic space, even still, we cannot tilt the food vending machines. We cannot smash those glasses. They are bulletproof. And in fact, better than plasma-proof. God bless them. The American Republic. I'm glad that they don't just let me run off to my death here. What do we got? 7 shots? Cool, cool, cool. And exactly what we need. A save station. You know, despite the fact that we've bumped through not that many vast areas. Eh? Ah, my bench. Back for business. Cool. Oh. Oh! Got an extended upgrade ground? Cool. What was I saying? Oh yes, they've made great use of everything that we have available here. Kinesis grab range. I suppose I'll go for that error because again, it feels like it'll be useful. And there's 3 upgrade slots, so it must be so. I do regret that a little bit because that plasma cutter is pulling a lot of work. I should have known better. I have to resave immediately after. But, yes! That we continue to bumble around these spaces. They haven't been that vast for a ship of this size. And they've been very navigable for our scale of 1 person. They've been making very good use indeed, of these little areas. It's felt a lot bigger than it actually has been. We're gonna have to circle back all the way once we get that security clearance, aren't we? Making the virtual real. Okay. What's that say? I do love these signs. If we can read them, that is. The dragonfly... Okay, so that's copyright. What else do we have? That's more Czech corporation shit. Okay. Fair dues, fair dues. Here I am. Once again. You got me a kinesis module. Grip? What's that say? Enabled? Okay, grip enabled. We'll see about that. Yeah, I'll happily, onto the power gauntlet! The second Infinity Stone. Cool. Is this just, like, at will use? Sweet. What could that possibly be for? Perhaps a vacuum of some description. I admit, I'm not a great big fan of, like, sliding block puzzles. Outside of, God of War, I don't think I've seen one that really feels right yet. But I think that that might be a good candidate. We'll see. We'll see how thoroughly this is used. I got that mind grip. You don't even know. Hey. Nice. I kind of want to go back now to sell this off, but... Hello? Okay. Pardon? I pressed the W button, but it didn't go forward. Hmm. Well, looks like you've had a hell of a time of it.
They all came back.
Damn, they really gave you the finger, eh? Apparently so. Ooh hoo hoo! Your loss is my sauce! Sad to see her go, but, I'll take the mandible gun. Oh, I have to quick slot that? Okay. It does take up an inventory slot, interesting. How do I add to the weapon wheel? Oh, okay. Neat. Yeah, I'll keep this pulse rifle up my Proximity mine, you say? Okay. Righteous. He really did a number on me. That is unfortunate. I appreciate that apparently all of their arms all have the exact same light attachment. I did it. That's cruel, that's crass. Yeah, but no ammo out of them, and they don't explode. Their body bags are made out of tougher material than the xenomorph itself. I'll explore a little first. I guess that's all there is to explore. Okay. Well, I mean, I say that. Let's check our inventory. Does, okay, no. It doesn't say anything about its actual use. Is that flies that I hear? I guess we can't escape from them, can we? Just slam that shit. I wonder if this is just me projecting, or if any of the folks who worked on Destroy All Humans came over to work on this, because that kinesis system feels very familiar. Obviously, there's only a handfuls of there's only a handful of ways to do one properly. But the navigation, the pickup, the fact that it feels fluid rather than jerky, it's very reminiscent. Alright, so that's actually the way to go. Let's see about that tram, though. I want to know what's back here.
Station now accessible. Thank you for your patience.
Oh! Oh, this is how they do, like, quick travel. Okay. Where have I been? Okay. Interesting. And it doesn't reveal the names of where you're going in the future. While that might not be reasonable. Why am I here? You were chosen. That's the answer to all life's questions right there. But, that doesn't spoil things. I appreciate that. Let's swap for a moment so we can get some closer looks. George the Fourth. Would be good to get some light on that. Relaxing. De-operated? Breakfast? Okay. Assurance. Don't go it alone. Alright. Free yourself. What's that say in the corner? I very much appreciate the graffiti. Altman is waiting for you? Oh, Altman is with you. Huh. Bonitica. The world you never knew. The hell? I've never been good at reading this kind of graffiti script. Rip Ishimura. I guess that would be it. Fair. Understandable. What do we got here? I wish I could swap to the other shoulder. It's a little too cryptic for me. Even. React. How fitting. What do we got here? I don't think that'll be legible. Some such. But that's a pill of assurance, of course. An assurance pill. And then we have believe. Something jelly? Okay. So now that we have taken a look at all of the graffiti and the advertisements themselves, because of course, this is the direct clash between the real expressions of the people of this crew and what the corporation itself would have one believe is the real state of affairs. The multiple advertisements of luxury and peace and harmony, consumption, more than anything else, is quite starkly contrasted against things like, why am I here? You were chosen. Free yourself. Altman is with you. And, if I can find it, Rip Ishimura. For this to be the mode of quick travel that we have available to us, this being something of a safe place, supposedly, ostensibly. it puts into the clearest way possible the theme of the entire event. Especially in that this is, as we have touched on before, a technologic invention, solution to all of the issues of traversing such a large and, one might even say, unwieldy creation as a planet-cracking vessel. And its contest against the unknown organisms and whatever has spawned them. And whatever has spawned them. And now that we've had our little talk about that, and have not gently ruined our opportunities to get around this place a little bit more easily, let us save and move on with the plot. Especially since we just hit Chapter 2. Onward and upward to the security station. And just as expected, we've got a lot more gore going on. A lot more guts and goop.
Isaac, have you heard from Daniels? We were attacked. She ran the other way.
Yikes.
No, nothing. Medical's a slaughterhouse. They barricaded access to the morgue.
Sorry, we are full.
But the barricade was put together.
Along with oops, that's one of the last things you want to hear from anyone medical.
Like maybe a shock pad. Nicole could be through there if...
Isaac, the one who attacked us. I swear to God it was Chen. But I saw him die. If they barricaded the morgue, maybe it was to keep something in.
Yep, we are actively stepping on powder kegs. But, you know, what's the loss in having a row at it? Wow, pulse rounds are bloody icy. I think no better illustration of the fact that this is absolutely a landmine we are about to straight stomp down on is this sign. I guess we don't have many options, though, do we? What's that? We have run out of body bags! Oh, we need more people here. These are two very contradictory kinds of stances. And in the middle of all of this, the lone shoe. And in the middle of all of this, gory desolation, the shoe.
Security
Man, they're really hitting me with that security clearance business, aren't they? Okay, it's just like a breaker box. Well, I did just save a bit ago, but I have picked up and sold some stuff as well. Since it is quick. And move on. Yeah, we are seeing vascular and musculoskeletal deformation, I agree. Oh. Have I acquired a new traveling companion? I guess not. Oh yes, the Ishimura clinic. That's some very archaic. Is that from Grey's Anatomy or some such? No, that's too sophisticated. But nothing more welcoming than this site. I agree. Where would you be without science? Yeah. Did I whiff it? I 1,000,000% did. But at least they were in stasis for a while. Well, again, I'm going the wrong way, according to that, but... Exploration, exploration, exploration. Oh! Impaling? Impaling with what? You just got pipes lying around now? Okay. I mean, it can't be any more ridiculous than anything else. You don't say. And right on top of me, of course. Yo! And I can reuse that, yeah? Yep, but perhaps not the time for that. Let's see how good this is. Back with ye. Away! And a yonder. Did I kill them? I absolutely did. I'll be real, I don't know if this is that much of an improvement over the plasma cutter. And it's a lot more expensive, that is for sure. Now, I'm concerned if I reload this. I'll have the same issue as with the plasma cutter. I'll be wasting ammo. I'm glad I went back for them. Someone's a gurgling. What is that? Is that a stasis charge? I mean, it would make sense if it's used for medical as well. Now, if only we could get that security clearance. I do appreciate a good glove dispenser. Once more, they're nailing it on the set decor. They are really getting it just perfectly with the clutter. This is spot on. Yes, I agree. It probably would not be able to be done without organic damage. Stop that, would you? Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no. Away with you. Away! I am not gonna die here from you. Slam a med pack. Slam a med pack. Bloody hell. This is a very ungentlemanly show. And I guess you don't believe in reloading, huh? Alright. Well, there goes a bunch of my stuff. Oh! We've been loaded up this whole time? Are you kidding me? Wow, okay. Well, yeah, I'm ruined if I need more health, at least for the time being. I'm loaded up on ammo, but, it's not like... It's not quite what I'm after at this point. And as much as we're getting boatloads of credits, and that's nice, I think we could do with a little bit more than that if we're gonna survive. And I gotta start using that stasis a little bit more. Could save me a lot of health. Ooh. You know, I'm not a radiologist, but that don't look so good, Chief. Oh! Those are pulls for the shells. You see. I agree, whisper, whisper.
Dr. Charles Mercer, copy to my secure terminal. I convinced Jurgens to show me the video feed from the colony. It's remarkable to finally see what I've sought all my life. The miners, this transformation, the divide death itself. Kain is erring on the side of caution. His faith has been shaken by these Necromorphs, as he calls them. How strange, when my own faith has been so richly rewarded. With or without Kain, I must study one of these creatures. Or the next best thing. Brennan's patient, for example.
Well, that connects a lot of the pieces. Yeah, I guess this is what unitology was all about, huh? Makes sense to me. And I can't believe I've been calling them xenomorphs this whole time. Unaware of my obvious mistake. Necromorphs. Agreed. And they make it explicit here. Okay. Wow. Well, well, well.
Then what in God's name is happening down there? Precisely that. God's will. How can you say that? These deaths at the colony. The paranoia, the hallucinations. You wanted a scientific analysis? Cause and effect? Well, it all began after they raised the marker.
What are you so worried about? The marker is divine. We know this. Look, it'll be on board tomorrow. You can study it then. Put your mind at ease.
At ease? People are dying. How can that be the transformation the teachings promise?
We're witnessing a new beginning, Terrence. For unitology, for humanity. Of course our faith is being tested. Everything is about to change.
That's what worries me. And recording. Seal entry.
Maybe I wasn't so far off with xenomorphs. Huh. I'm gonna imagine that little statuette wasn't just a matter of, you know, no relation. That's very, very bold to have one of these markers as the insignia of your whole religion. Wow. Well, the direct connection is not simply a hint, it's very bold indeed. And it makes me wonder, is the CEC Corporation involved in that directly? What is the doctrine of the unitologist itself? Because I sincerely doubt that it's quite in line with all of this.
Nicole? It's me.
Alrighty then. Ah, very good. I am super glad that I did not just follow the trail. Well, it's good to know that they are just as shady as they made themselves out to be.
Personal log, Dr. Nicole Brennan. With medication and zero-G therapy, patient Harris is showing improvement. If this continues, there might be hope for the others on Aegis 7. However, Dr. Mercer continues to interfere. He claims Harris's delusions are religiously significant. If I have to make a complaint, I will. I'm not losing my patient over unitology bullshit. Not again.
Tracking rig signal. Dr. Nicole Brennan. Rig location? Inconclusive. Manual rig tracking is available.
Isn't it just here? Yeah, okay. And this would explain, though, why the church itself holds on to the remains of its followers. But it doesn't exactly explain... Oh, very cool. But it doesn't exactly explain how or why there are the bodies of others that have not transformed at this point. Surely it's not simply that there's too much damage, I would assume. And we ourselves have been hearing these mysterious whispers, which perhaps if you were taking a surface level analysis of it... Oh, hell. Perhaps if you were taking a surface level analysis of it, might suggest, ooh, spooky background music. But that's clearly not the direction that all of this is going in. But that it has a psychologic, specifically a neuropsychiatric angle on all of this. Yeah. I didn't expect side missions, but... Ah, okay. Man, this place is flush with credits. I want to explain that. It certainly feels like... Ah, yes. It certainly feels like we investigated an area we didn't necessarily need to do, especially denoting that it's a side mission. The hell? Well, you were on a roll, buddy. Why'd you stop? That chunk was just spinning like a dreidel. Should have let itself run out. Shop, shop, shop. Yes. Okay. Cool. Did I get anything to sell? No. Yes. Very cool. And we should perhaps save. Made a lot of progress. It would be a shame to lose it. And we are coming upon the 4th hour mark, which is, I think, where we'll try to close it out at. I'll get to the next chapter if it's not too long. Over time. And I don't imagine that it will be. But that was quite a good, hefty sum of info that we picked up. Ah, yes. Yes, this classic scene. I know it probably has no effect. I know that all these corpses probably don't have any possible development in the future. And they are meant to be in the gameplay as they are corpses. But I feel like I should stomp them in case they might reanimate now or later. But all of what I had said earlier lines up remarkably well with everything that they have shown us so far. The hell? Ah, they are coming. Let's see. Well, if that isn't a set piece in and of itself, an open folder, an open binder, with "they are coming" written across it, right next to planetary science and mining accidents and understanding... What is that? Understanding unitology. If you were in doubt, if it was unclear about the themes and motifs they are willing to explore and have thoroughly explored by this point, this clarifies it for you. Religion, technology, futurism, the unknown, the lethal unknown. I do understand that this whole game didn't seem to get a lot of critical look from my experience. Obviously, I could be completely out of the loop, as I am on a lot of the kinds of cultural shifts that happen. But I've never seen a deep dive into the intentionality behind all of this. It's more just reviewed as, ooh, spooky horror game. And this is very much giving itself a lot more than that. Not only in its direct mechanics and its environs, but definitely in the interpretations that one might draw. Terminal illness is one of the things that they often treat. Incredible. Oh, that's foul. I can't pull that back out to take a good look on this side. Yikes. They are going full Cthulhu in there. Couldn't be me, boss. That would be a good piece, since you can't interact with it anymore. Might even be an indicator of it. Of the poor unfortunate coming back for us in a bit. Ah, there's that look we can get now. Good googly moogly. And a space engine? Ah, okay. I wasn't just tripping. This does have some utility to it. What do we have here? Doors, elevators. Oh, okay. Well, let's do doors for now. Take a look at elevators later. Oh no. Just because you're more tanky does not mean I will not destroy you. Out of here. Well, I don't think there's any fixing that. I do not want him to come back as a Necromorph. No bueno. I appreciate how casually he saunters up to the bench. That is a fair observation to make, I think. Isaac has been remarkably stable against any of the... what would obviously seem as supernatural from his background, if not genuinely horrific happenings that are all around him. Oh. So that's how it is. I see now why it's laid out like this. Well, these are not really big things that I need. There's no point in holding on to them, I wouldn't think. But I don't really need... I guess... Yeah. I might as well. I am quickly discovering that the stasis is very important. Hey, it's okay to be fucked up, you say. We can't what anymore? We can't fight anymore. Yeah, I suppose that's a fair conclusion. I'll certainly say, it doesn't seem to be going very well for those involved. Which leads me back to my point that I was on earlier. Why is this locked? Okay. We seem to really be taking all of the horrible, horrific, horrendous nastiness very well for somebody who is intimately integrated into all of the religion and the outlook, or at least was affected by it. And who has no record beyond being a merchant marine of dealing with conflict and violence of this sort, certainly, but mere human violence otherwise. That is somewhat telling, I think, of the character of Isaac, and perhaps the sorts of effect that all of this has been having on him. I would not be shocked in the least to know that there are some drastic delusions that are happening with him from whatever that marker is doing neuropsychiatrically. Oh boy. Hold still. No. I said hold still. No, cease. Ah. Stop it, would you? Thanks. Less. I hear you wherever you are. Reflecting on what I was just saying, that Isaac has taken so well to all of this. Again, my timing's off. Perhaps it has some direct relation to what was said, to what was written in the tram, that he was chosen for this. If we were to look at it in less of a religious sense, the unitologistic sense. Wow, that is firmly affixed to the wall, huh? That's not a good trail. That is not the happy trail. But perhaps more in the sense of that his qualifications fit him exceptionally well. That this is the in-game reason why he's able to make it, where the others have not. Oh, hell. And again with the heartbeats, exceptionally good. I keep bumping into these. Surely I didn't just miss a security badge or some such. That further confirms that it is very psychologically active, whatever the marker is doing. Ah, okay. I still haven't even found security clearance 1. Ah, so that would explain the error. Let's keep moving and grooving, eh? And now I guarantee I missed a good sign. Oh, we're still going. Oh? I did not tap spacebar. Huh. Okay. I found that precious semiconductor. Surely there's more to this. This has 2001: A Space Odyssey written all over it. Hmm? Okay. Oh. 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 Oh, okay. Wow. That's really quite something. Now, can we land on the side? Is that possible? No? Okay. That's fine. Damn, is that interesting. What does this remind me of? Okay, so that is the right spot. There is an old game where you do play as a fighter. Yeah, they're not alive in there, guaranteed. Or you play as some sort of a drone or a fighter or some such. And your whole goal is to destroy enemies, and that's the exact kind of sense that we're getting in here. That I am, at least. You know, it would be a miserable thing to enter in because you were having, like, a bad day and you're really into 0G. And you wake up, like, a few months later after the whole shebang of everything here. And you just had no idea what was going on.
Exiting zero gravity.
That we were. Credits and credits. Don't deplete yourself. Alright, all-in-one nutrition. That's... by itself, it wouldn't be funny. But in the context of everything here, it absolutely is.
Still holding this position. What's happening there? Did you find Nicole?
Her office is empty. No sign of her. But I found some hydrazine that should work on the barricade. I just need to find a shock pad.
Okay, work fast, Isaac.
I just realized that, Isaac did not report the death of one of the other crewmates. That rather feels like something that should probably get talked about. At least to his, like, main crew member? Yeah, good luck with that, friend. I am gonna try and avoid you as thoroughly as I can. Okay, then.
What the hell? It shut the whole ship. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it sure did. Oh, Ah, well, let's land and reset ourselves. Okay. Because I surely do not want to perish out in the vacuum of space. Right. It's going to be very easy to do with the reorientation we're dealing with here. Give me... Nice. Nice. Okay. I think that's everything. Still can't get in. Oh shit! Oh fuck! No, you. Fuck, that actually got me. You stay over there. Whew, that actually got me. Did not see that coming.
God, took one step out of the captain's nest and Chen, that thing, he almost got me.
You okay?
I trapped him in a damaged escape pod. He's snarling like, this is fucked up. Hurry, Isaac.
Yeah, I'll try.
Exiting zero gravity.
I hope that isn't actually timed. I really do. But I'm going to assume that it in fact is, and I will book it best I can. Oh, fuck. Away! Fuck, man. Ah, shit! No. Cease your bickering. Rotate, damn you. Couldn't have come in at a better time. Alright, now I definitely have to look around. Is that? And I'm glad I did. Holy hell. That is gonna be a lifesaver, literally. Alright, let's go. Haven't I been through here already? No, surely not. Yes? Yes. Yes. And so back, and a schwack we go. Let's not exhaust ourselves. Might as well, while we're here, you know, do a little bit of shopping and selling while we've got the opportunity. Not like we've got anybody waiting on us or anything. But I 1,000,000% expect that Hammond is going to be dead as a doornail, to put it kindly, once we arrive. Come on. Thank you. Hydrazine. No kidding. It was to this side the whole time. I didn't think we had any notes. And might as well save so I don't have to backtrack any further. What are those? Jarred organs? Kidneys. Now there, no needs. Don't have to worry about that. What is that? Did that just shoot at him? Yeah, it sure did. Of course you're on standby. Naturally. No, don't close. Much as I wish I didn't have to come through here. You little homunculus. You're no good. We don't appreciate your business around here. No, 0 rounds. I'm glad that didn't do anything else. What? Is this just an amalgam? Yeah, I think it is. And the second game where we've had, babies in the tank. Wise words of Hippocrates, indeed. What? I thought I heard a baby's cry for a second. Okay. Well, that does explain a lot. So that little homunculus is not simply so. That is, all of these poor unfortunates. Oh, shit. No, no, no. You can stay over there. Far, far. Oh, hell no. Away. Not up, but away. Whew. Why do you all keep carrying credits? Where'd you get these from? Eh? That is a part that does not feel especially realistic, to say. Unless that's part of a delusion. That would make sense. We could do with more than an emergency shower, but indeed some hygiene. Shut up. What we got here? Doors and what's that? Shock pads. Okay. Well, they oh hell. Okay. Well, I guess that is an environmental danger to us. But I think they're a little bit more than well done. Yeah. Probably for their better. In all honesty. Yeah.
Daniels isn't answering her rig link. What's your status?
I found a shock pad I can use on the barricade. I'm heading back there now.
Watch the voltage on that pad. I'm not losing anyone else.
Oh, don't worry. That will be mighty handy. Explosive charge. I suppose that could be what the hydrazine is for. Every time. Just a little too late. No. Cease. And away. Cease. And away. No. I couldn't disagree more. In fact, none of that business. I do wonder if if the way to get this security clearance was not some sort of special pickup or something that I'm supposed to find in the open, but in fact it's just a matter of stomping the right crew member's body. Okay. I would not be so casual about that, but okay. I guess I could get back here. Sure, I'm sure these are bulletproof glass, despite the gigantic hand slits. Of course. And I just wasted some charge. Great.
Remember, when you reach the morgue, find Captain Mathias' body. Get his rig hose, and the computer's all ours.
Oh, so the doors do sever. Interesting. Well, I don't know how close we are to the end here. But we are almost 30 minutes over time. Hell. I think that we will save here and pick up next time. I did just save, but I also picked up some stuff. Okay. So, this has been fantastic. But it is time to finish it out. I think I've made all of the commentary that I have to make in the due course of playing it so far, so we will simply come over to our full screen cam and go about our business from here. Let's get all centered up since I've gotten scooted around, apparently. And, yeah, that seems about right. Okay, so here, at the end of a Dead Manifesto, I thank all of you who have watched and will watch in the future for doing so. If you found it is worth your time, and it has been worth perhaps your money, we have liking, sharing, subscribing that you can all do for free. And of course, if you would like to perhaps help keep this enterprise going here at the Threefold Manifold, there is a link in the description to both stream elements if you would like to make a one-time donation, of whatever amount you desire, or Patreon if you want something back for what you give to me and a little bit of additional benefit to you. If you think you might want to see more of us, there's always the X, TikTok, Spotify, as well as the Threefold at a Factory Discord server, which you can always check out, also linked below in the description. Aside from that, I thank you all for having attended here today, and I hope that you all never miss your opportunity.